Bonnie, did that link the right thing? Can you like request join?
Hey, you broke up. I couldn't hear you.
I was asking if that like allowed me to request to join or
I don't know. Your sound is off, but I'm gonna click on that Facebook. I'll click on the Facebook link that you posted and see what happens. I'm gonna click join group. It looks good. It linked to it. Yeah, looks great. This is perfect, Sean. Thank you.
So I know we're still on break, but has anybody had any dealings with Divvy in a pre-approval with the client?
I've never heard of that company, Elise.
Ashley, are you on here? Or is she still gone? Yeah, she's still gone. We're trying to get like a list of people who want to do the vision board. So I'm trying to see if we should have everybody add her on Facebook or me on Facebook so we can create an event and put that together for everybody to come in. Because you're in the Buckhead office too, right, Ryan?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, I'm about to take the, that's really annoying. Hold on, I'm echoing. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm so mad I heard that. Okay, I'm sorry you guys have to listen to my voice after hearing it. I'm about to take the screenshots. If you guys could all get ready and look happy. All right, there we go. All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. All right, I'm gonna take the first one now. 1, 2, change. Okay, Christine. And all right, one more. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, good timing, Janet. Wow. Thank you.
My son is getting so many cool points because he just brought me this laptop and said, Mom, they're talking. Like, you can go to the store and get whatever you want.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Good job. What's his name?
His name is Kevin, and he'll be 6 on the 31st. So
Oh, good job, Kevin.
he's cheesing. Thank y'all.
Happy birthday, Kevin.
What a great birthday.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
New Year's Eve. What a great birthday. That's awesome. All right, so we are done with the materials. So now I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the things we haven't talked about that you expected that we would talk about. What haven't we covered that you all would like to cover?
I have one.
Yeah.
You get your purchase and sale agreement and you upload it into the Opportunity in Command. And then you upload all of the documents and then you submit. Is that correct? Or should you be submitting along the way?
You only submit once in our market center.
Okay.
For those of you that are in different market centers, always ask your compliance officer, broker, how they want your form submitted. But in our office, we like you to do initial upload in the very beginning. So your executed agreement, any amendment, any exhibits that go with it, your buyer broker agreement, all the things that you should have. Get those uploaded, hit submit, and then you'll get a reply back from the broker after they've reviewed the file, telling you the things that you've missed. And then the MCA just looks to make sure that all those things have been added prior to you getting paid. So as long as everything has been added that the broker noted, you'll get paid on time and you get paid at the closing table if you want to.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, if you submit along the way, it just drives who's doing the file checking a little crazy because now they've reviewed it and they don't know where they left off, and they're getting things piecemealed in. It drives them nuts. So we like it just once here. Elise, did you have something you want to ask?
Yeah, I have a question. It's more so specific, but I just got a call from someone. Basically, they want me to be their agent, but they got pre-approved through Divvy. They're not sure if they signed the BBA, but I didn't know if Divvy approved them, if they had to go with like a Divvy real estate agent.
It's like another one of those big companies.
I've worked with a buyer through Divvy, and you can be his exclusive broker. You just have to sign like you would a normal client.
I've never heard of them.
It's not
Okay,
a,
so
you don't have to be a
They don't,
yeah.
oh,
And you just create a
so
profile
they,
and they will attach you to that person on the back end.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Yeah.
so like,
I've never heard of them before, so that's great to know.
Yeah, it's like a rent to own type thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. Elise, I can't get over the large grass behind you. You look like you're like shrunk, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, you know, you're like. Look at this little person. I keep
I
looking at.
got too much going on in the background.
I didn't hear a thing you said, but I heard the kids in the background, so I'll take that as to, yeah, it's all good. All right, what other questions do you have? Now's your chance.
I have a question.
Go, Candace.
I actually have a client and they are cash buyers. So I feel like because they are cash buyers and they do have quite a, a substantial budget, they have lots of requirements. And with the inventory of homes now, they want like a side garage, they want lots of specific things. And then when I'm searching, I'm not finding anything. I also have a mentor or coaching, and they were suggesting maybe reeling them in, trying to show them how to compromise, but they're not trying to compromise. So what should be my next step going forward? Should I tell them to wait for more homes to come on the market? Should I still try to make them compromise on a few things? I just don't know what's the next step for them because they don't seem to be wanting to budge.
Okay, great question. And that's going to happen no matter the price range in cash or no cash, right? So it's okay. So the first thing with cash buyers is you need to have proof of funds. Because when you, even in a certain price point, $1 million or more, they're going to ask for proof of funds before they even allow your buyer to go in and see the property. And proof of funds cannot be letter from a bank, because most letters from banks today are just something they pulled off of the internet, right? So, or could be something that they pulled off from the internet. So to me, proof of funds is a copy of a bank statement that shows that they have cash funds available to purchase. Now they can cross out a lot of pertinent information. They can't cross out their name. They can cross out their address and their bank account number, things like that. They can black it out. But they need to have their name and they need to have the total at the bottom showing that they have that much liquid assets that they can pull and pay cash. Bank statements are the best. So that's number one. Number two is when you're searching for properties, Candace, are you putting in a price?
I am.
Take the price out. Take the price out and search again and see if what they want comes up. And if it does, you can show them it exists. However, it exists for considerably more money for all these things. So would you like to increase your budget, or would you like to take some of the things off the list?
Well, they're an older couple. They live out of state and they are going to be selling their house in New York to finance. Right. So I'm sure with the real estate market there, they could be selling their house for lots more than they're planning to buy here. But I think they want to purchase as well as have extra money left over from the purchase, from the sell.
They can do whatever they want to do. However, if what they want doesn't exist in their price point, they have an option. They can increase their price point or lower their expectation. Or they can build if their budget is substantial enough. You could find them a lot and they can purchase the lot and then they can build on the property. And sometimes custom or semi-custom new build is the way to go. There is, if you're with the Rawls Group, you have access to newhomesource.com, newhomesource.com. And that is a website that offers all the new builds that are going on in the Atlanta area. And everyone that advertises, it's like an MLS for new construction. And anybody that advertises on that pays a commission to their realtors. If they don't pay a commission, they're not allowed to be on there. So that's a great resource for you if you have someone that is looking for new. Now you can't divide it up the same way that you can the MLS. It's not that detailed, but it's pretty detailed. So you can also use that as an option and then see if maybe you can find something that's semi-custom that they could tweak and have all the things that they want.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. What a great question. What other questions do you have for me?
I have another one because I was just going through smart plans and doing like birthday smart plans for all of my database. Does anybody know if there's a way in Command to like pull all the birthdays that are coming up within the next month so you can like prep the birthday cards?
Yes, there is. And if you reach out to either Devin Wallace at kw.com, she stepped out of the room, but Devin can help answer that question. The tech person in your office might be able to answer that question, or Hutch Marone can answer that question for you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm here. I'm still listening. I just half heard the question. I'm sorry.
She's looking for a way to pull all the birthdays for that month.
In Command?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like within my
okay.
database.
Let me take a look at it. I have to kind of do it. And then I'll let you know at the end.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, Jennifer says take his classes. He is great. And he'll offer a lot of classes. He's got a website too, or a YouTube channel. As Tech Command or Taking Tech Command RG or something. I don't know what it is, but your offices will have it. I'll post it in the chat when you guys are taking your test. I'll look for that. And his videos are only like 3 to 5 minutes long. So they specifically talk about certain things. So you get your answer very quick. You don't have to watch an hour video to learn one little thing. They're great. All right, what other questions do you have for me?
Susan, I'll ask a question.
Go ahead, Nikita.
One of our presenters said that with the earnest money, we should have the client take it to our office, or would you suggest having the client just send the earnest money to our closing attorney?
I don't like closing attorneys to hold earnest money, and here's why. Closing attorneys do what? They litigate, and it's our side against your side. So when there's a problem and there's a question about earnest money, it's up to the holder of the earnest money to decide who it should go to. Well, if an attorney's holding it, what does he want to do? He wants another attorney to get involved so they can fight it out and figure out who it goes to. And they rarely release the earnest money. That's been my experience. The only time I send it to an attorney is if you're going to have a really short closing period. Like if it's going to close in 10 days or less, then I would send it to the closing attorney and have them hold it, because the chances of it falling out are slim and none. At Keller Williams Buckhead, we have a wireless, paperless way to do earnest money, and it's called Earnest. It's an app. And so come to the orientation and we'll teach you about Earnest, or you can reach out to Darren or Sierra and they can walk you through how to use Earnest. It's very simple. Sandy Springs has it too. I don't know if the rest of you have brought Earnest onto your market centers yet or not. If you haven't, have your team leader call me and I'll walk them through it. It's super easy to set up. Does cost your client $15, but it goes through like an EFT transfer, like a Venmo or a Cash App. And it's super convenient, so nobody has to get in a car and go anywhere. It's awesome. And the funds are available much sooner. You don't have to have as long a hold on the check. Good question. Anybody else? I saw somebody had their hand up earlier. Anthony, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. In the current market, let's say you have a seller who is looking to sell and buy. Okay, so with this being a seller's market, the home is probably going to sell a lot quicker than finding a home to purchase. How do you sort of prep your client for that? And how do you prep your client for that?
So that's a great question, and you have to have several conversations with them. So if you're talking to a listing who's scared to death to market their house because they don't know where they're going to go, there is a great program out there called Homeward, and you all have access to it. It's a 1-hour program. My daughter just bought a house with Homeward, and it was virtually painless. They closed it in 3 weeks. She's living in the house now, moved all of her stuff in, and now we're getting ready to list her other home for sale. So if they, and in their case, they have a timeline that they had to abide by, so they didn't want to cross over the timeline, sell their house, then have to go find something, then close on that. It would have been March or April before all that was done. So this way, they could buy their house, get into their house, and then list their house, sell it, and the minute it closes, they'll close concurrently on their new home. Homeward owns their house right now. And they'll buy it back from Homeward at the exact same price they paid for it, plus a few fees. So if you get somebody who's a little bit tight and really, really worried about that, that's a great, yes, Homeward is what it's called. Exactly like that, Ryan. It's a great way for them, for you to bridge somebody in who's a little bit nervous about being homeless. It does happen, you know, sometimes. The other option would be if they had some place they could stay. So if they have a kid, a family member, a mother, a father, an aunt, an uncle, a best friend, where they wouldn't mind putting stuff in storage for a few weeks and living with somebody, they could do that as well. And sometimes people do have second homes or people that they could stay with, and they're willing to do that to find the perfect home. Atlanta Peach Movers will, there's no tree in their name, that's a little slogan. They do a beautiful job of moving, and they'll stack everything into these crates. And I moved, and I was about 6 months where I needed everything in storage. So they packed everything, put it in the crates, and they charged me $25 a crate to store it. So for $200 a month, they stored everything I owned, which was less than what a storage space would have cost me. And I didn't have to pack it or unpack it again. So, and then you just call them and say, okay, I got a new address, and they schedule the movers, and the movers show up, drop and unpack all your stuff for you in one day, just like they would from a truck. So you just keep with you the necessities. So that's an option if somebody has somewhere else to stay. The most ideal situation is that they'd sell one and buy one at the same time. But if you can't get them to close concurrently, then that can be another issue. If you can find them to close concurrently, then you can ask that the new home close concurrent with the sale of their property and vice versa. You could ask this, both homes close concurrently. In California, we used to do something, and you could try it here. I've not seen anybody try it yet, but it worked really well on a tight market. We used to say all due diligence periods, timeframes, et cetera, will begin when the seller finds a suitable property of their choice, not to exceed so many days. So we give them we build in an extra 2, 3, 4 weeks for the seller to go find a home. And then once they found a home, then all timeframes started, and that's when they did their due diligence and all of that. It's kind of a reverse contingency. It's contingent on them finding a home, not so much selling a home. Does that make sense? So that's an option too. You could try it and see if you could get it to fly. If somebody really wanted their house bad enough, they'd more likely wait. And sometimes you can tell the new buyer, you know, when I'm calling to put an offer in on somebody's property, I'm always calling the listing agent saying, tell me what their hot buttons are. What does the seller need? Because I want to put in something there for the seller to make them choose my offer, because it's not always price. It's price and terms, right? So if I know that they're looking for a longer time frame, I'll just tell my buyers we need to be very patient, and we're going to give them up to 60 days or up to 75 days or whatever my buyer can afford to do to get them out of that house. So that's another option. Good questions. All right, anybody else?
I have a question about having referral agents. How effective is having a referral agent in another city or state? And is it an effective thing to have as part of your business plan, especially if you don't want to turn down business per se?
100%. I see a lot of people trying, great question, Janet. A lot of people try and take on business that's out of their area. Say it was us here in Atlanta, and you had an opportunity to take a listing in Athens. Would you all go take the listing in Athens? Most people would say, yes, it's not that far. I'm going to go to Athens. I don't advise it. They have a different board in Athens. They have different rules in Athens. They have different demographics. They have different schools. They have so many things that are different, and you cannot be all things to all people. And I believe that you're doing the buyer a disservice when you take them out of your expertise and try and plop them in an area that you know nothing about. Now, I have served clients as much as 3 hours away from me. And my client found the house and called me and said, I want you to write up the offer. I'm not looking around. This is the house we want, and I want you to represent us. I will do that. I will also disclose to them, I know nothing about the area. So if I make mistakes, you're going to have to roll with me on this one. I'll get them fixed, but you're going to have to roll with me. And if they're willing to do that, then I'll represent them on that. But it's rare that that ever happens. You're best served when you refer the agent away. So Family Reunion is our company convention. It happens every February, and there's usually about 20,000 agents that converge onto a city, all Keller Williams, and it's the best training you'll ever have for a week. Awesome, awesome, awesome time. Everybody always loves it. Well worth the money. And one of the best things about Family Reunion, Mega Campus the same way, is the networking that you get to do with other great people. You get to meet them, you get to like them, you get to fall in love, you get to say, you're my person in Arizona that I'm going to refer to, you're phenomenal. So whenever I have a referral in Arizona, I'm going to give it to you. Or what are the odds of you having a referral in Arizona compared to a referral in Athens or Canton or Fayetteville or somewhere that's a little further out, right? They're slim and none. So in building your database, one of the things that I always suggest when I teach database is to draw a circle around your business and your office. I like to do about a 45-minute radius. And that's in traffic, by the way, normal Atlanta traffic, not today's traffic. Today's traffic is starting to get bad again, but I mean normal Atlanta traffic. Draw a 45-minute radius around your business. That's your area that you're going to focus in on. And it's going to be pretty large. It's going to be a lot of different cities and neighborhoods and school districts and all of that to know. That's plenty. Anything outside of that, you need a referral partner. So if you don't want to go to Canton, Canton's an hour away, I would not drive to Canton. I'd find somebody up in Canton I'd want to refer business to, and I would expect them to do the same for me in Atlanta. I'd be their Atlanta partner, they're my Canton partner. Then I'd go get somebody in Athens, I get somebody in Savannah, I get somebody out in Peachtree City, I get somebody out wherever I don't want to drive to. I'm going to go grab maybe Lake Lanier area in Gainesville, and then maybe the other side of Lake Lanier, because it's a whole other hour from that. I'm going to find people in different pockets of Atlanta that I see that my clients are moving to, maybe Gwinnett. Gwinnett can be a bear to get to when we're in full traffic, right? So I'm going to find referral partners that are going to refer to me here, and then I'm going to refer to there. They may or may not be with Keller Williams, doesn't matter to me. If they're not with Keller Williams, that's fine. I just want to make sure that they're doing a great business. And then I'm going to start a little referral group with all of them. And I'm going to say, I'm going to introduce you to my 5 other referral partners. And our deal is if you're going to be in this group, you have to refer to all of us, and all of us refer to everybody in this group. And we're the only agents that we refer to. If you don't want to do that, I totally understand, but you can't be in the group. If we see that you're referring business outside of the group, you can't be part of our group, because it's the only thing that it costs you is that you have to agree to refer to everybody in the group, right? So you put a list together of all those people, the zip codes, the cities, the areas that they work, and they should all work about a 45-minute radius around their businesses. And then you share that information with each other. I did that when I was an agent, and I got about 8 closings a year off my referral partners, just in that group. 8 closings. I got a lot more referrals, but I had about 8 closings a year, and they were all phenomenal realtors. You're going to do the same thing with business professionals, vendors. You need a painter, you need a carpet person, you need a hardwood guy, you need a handyman, you need a roofer, a gutter cleaner outer, a pressure washer, all these businesses, and you're going to introduce them to each other, and they're all going to agree to refer to each other as well. And
Hey,
when,
Susan, sorry about that.
that's okay, Audra.
with other realtors, is there a standard like 30% or so that you offer with referrals?
Standard is typically 25%.
Okay.
If you want to make it more than that, your specific group, everybody has to agree to it. I like 25 because in some price points, like in some of these outlying areas of Atlanta, their price point's really small, and to ask for 30% of their commission is a lot. But if you say keep it at 25, that's a fourth, that's a lot. And I feel like that's fair across the board. I used to honestly ask for 20%. I didn't ask for 25 because I just wanted it to be, I wanted it to be nice, and I wanted people to be incentivized to send me more business. If I only charge them 20%, then they'd only charge me 20. And we were all incentivized to help each other out. We kept more money in our pockets. But that's up to your group at the end of the day. Yeah, good question.
So Susan?
Yes.
I had a situation where I have a friend who lives in Florida and they're looking to sell their current apartment or condo. I think this is what they have, condo, and they're trying to purchase a new place. So I talked to Janice, got connected with an agent in their area, talked to her. So they're going to be working together in January whenever their listing contract expires. So would that be something I need to discuss with her, like the percentage for the referral, or?
Yes, you talk to her and you send her over the referral paperwork today, because you want to get that hammered out before they ever have a meeting with the client. Okay. I used to refer only one, and after a while I started referring 2 or 3 because I found that some of the people I were referring, they weren't connecting with the client. So what I tell the clients now is, let me know, I'll connect you with somebody, I'll help you interview them. I want to be in on that initial meeting. And if it doesn't go well, I'll find them another agent. Because I have not been in business with these people. I don't know what their listing presentation looks like or their buyer consultation looks like. They could suck. And if I'm outshining them, that's not good. I want them to get the same service I'm giving them, which is why I tell you guys to do things like a millionaire real estate agent would do them. Because if you do that, you'll get a lot more referral business. They'll be like, oh my God, you've only been in the business 6 months. You're amazing. They'll never know because you'll be doing things at such a high level. So yeah, get that in writing as soon as possible, and then be involved. If they don't like that person, snag it back and give it to somebody else. Yep. I also have timeframes written in there, how quickly I want them to respond to my client, and I expect them to return their calls within a 1 hour window. I understand they can't be all things to all people, but at least text them and say, I'm so sorry, unable to answer your call. Can we speak at 5 o'clock tonight? I'm okay with that, but at least respond to them. Don't ignore them. That's the worst. Do you have any recommendations for reputable vendors for farming postcards? You can talk to Tiffany. She's our marketing department here. If you're not in our office, she'll still do it for you. Her name is Tiffany Hollis, and she's with the marketing department. Her company is called the marketing department, and she's loosely affiliated with all Rawls Group offices. She happens to office out of our, yes, and Command does have a direct mail campaign for option for postcards. I've not ordered specifically from them yet, so I don't know how they do. My suggestion is when you do postcards to put yourself on that email, on that mailing list, mail yourself a card so you know when it went out and how long it took for your clients to get it. And then you get to, Devin saying don't order from Command just yet. You get to pick out who your, what the quality looks like. If the quality is bad and you don't want to use them again, or you can call them back and say, hey, you guys did a beautiful job. It looked great, but it was on flimsy paper. What do I need to do to get it on better paper next time? We send something out. They'll answer you and you can work with them on that. But there's a company called AB Graphics, and they're right here in Buckhead. They do a really good job, and they do a lot of business for a lot of people. Michael Lewis Marketing Suite will also do it. but they come from California, and so their quality is really good, but because they come from California, it can take up to 3 weeks to get your stuff. That's a long time. So I don't know that I'd want to wait that long. If it was just sold postcards, maybe so. But for like flyers or something, I can't wait 3 weeks. The house will be sold by then. Great question. What other questions do you have for me?
So I wanted to ask, when you refer a client out to another agent and you get that referral fee, is the office getting a portion of like the commission from that as well?
The office takes a commission off of anything that you get until you cap. In most offices, that's the way that it works. They take anything that you receive, they take a split on it until you cap. Once you've reached your cap, everything's at 100%. So cap in 6 months, and then the next year cap in 3 months, and then the next month cap in 1 month. Once you're capped, none of that matters because it's all at 100%. Capping is awesome. I paid my last broker over $50,000 in 1 year. And I was on a really nice split. You pay a lot of money when you're not capped and you're doing well. What else? Those are great questions.
So I don't know, it may be going over my head. So basically, if I'm asking for 20%, Keller gets 30%. I'm confused on how that works.
So if you are asking for 20%, yes, Keller Williams would take 30% of your 20%. You're right. And you only have to produce $1.7 million. If you're not capping, that means you're making less than $50,000 a year in real estate. If you're making less than $50,000 a year, we got bigger problems. So don't worry about cap and paying a split. Worry about capping. Get enough business to get you capped and cap in 6 months. It will all be worth it when you cap. There's always a cheaper option out there. Keller Williams is not the cheapest game in town. We've never said we were, and we never will be. But you get a lot of benefit when you tap into all the resources that we have here that you won't get somewhere else. And you get a lot of support. So don't worry about that 30%, just cap. And then you don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, I just want to share real quick. I was actually with Chapman Hall Professionals before I came to Keller Williams. And the reason I made the switch initially was because I wasn't getting a lot of support. There was no training. I mean, they just kind of threw you out there, and there were no systems and things put in place like at Keller Williams. So that's why I initially made the switch. So you're actually like 100% correct. That's really true.
I wouldn't tell you something if it wasn't true. I can't live with myself if I do that. So, y'all don't know me, but that's just who I am. So if I think I recruited for 16 years for this company, I know what our competition does and doesn't do. And I'm still here after 16 years, even after stepping down as a team leader. So that should tell you something. I'm not going anywhere. Such a great company. You're in great, great hands. So let's just make some money. Brittany, do you have a question?
Yeah, you just brought up a good point. So you said you were a team leader, so you've done the team route before versus individual agent route?
Yes and no. Team leader means that I was in charge of the office. That's our name at Keller Williams.
Oh, not like a small team of agents, but like office leader.
Correct. I did
Oh, okay.
a very, very tiny team when I was an agent. I was just starting to grow my team when I became the team leader of Keller Williams. So I've never managed a team, but I have helped lots of people, hundreds of people, grow their businesses and hire assistants and transaction coordinators and buyers agents and listing agents. I'm working on 2 or 3 teams right now, looking for talent for those teams. So it's the benefit of being on a team is that you get leads and you have some camaraderie and you get a team behind you to help you do stuff. Very few teams are going to allow anybody to join that won't give them at least a 3-year commitment and who is brand new. typically because they don't have the time to train somebody that's brand new. So it has to be an exception to the rule. Yeah, Amy's saying that she's on a team with 2 other agents. Yeah, we have lots of teams at KW. But a lot of people don't want to do that for 3 years. And a lot of people say, well, I want all their leads, but I want to keep my leads. I want to do my leads. I don't want to give my business over to them. Well, then you're not a team player. You're not a team person, and that's okay. Grow your own team. Go do your own thing. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right, let's do 2 more questions, and then we're going to get to surveys.
I have one regarding appraisal, Susan.
All right, Janet, and then Kieran.
Okay. Some lenders charge buyers for the appraisal up front, and some do not. How do you go about interviewing or finding the lenders that don't charge the buyer up front? Because sometimes buyers end up paying for an appraisal for a home that they never own, especially if the seller does not want to sell at when it appraises lower than the asking price. So
Well,
what's the best tactic?
Appraisal is part of due diligence. So typically in Georgia, people don't pay for the appraisal. They don't even order the appraisal till after they've done the inspection and they're sure that they're going to move forward. Then they do the appraisal. It's part of the cost of doing business. Now, if you think that the home isn't going to appraise, you could put something in your contract that says if the home doesn't appraise and buyer and seller can't come to agreement, the seller agrees to reimburse the buyer for the cost of the appraisal. You could put something like that in there. In this market, though, I don't know how many sellers would do that. That might actually turn off an opportunity for a listing or an opportunity for a contract to some people, especially if there were multiple offers. So unfortunately, they're just going to have to do it. So talk to your lender, and if your lender partner says, well, we're going to charge them up front, and if for some reason it doesn't go through, I'll cover the cost of the next one, then that's a lender I would work with. You shouldn't have too much of that, though. It shouldn't be too common of a thing. If it is, it's, I don't even know what the answer to that is. That's a problem. But I've had lots of people pay for appraisals and it didn't appraise. And it's just, you know, it's like taking your car to a mechanic before you buy a car and you find out that there's stuff wrong and it wasted $200. Better to waste $200 than $20,000, $30,000, right? So they'll spend $1,000, but they're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars. Kieran.
Yeah, back to the teams. I just wanted to get a better understanding how, so in terms of the leads, so if you have your individual leads, you share them with your team and vice versa? Is that how it works?
If you're on a team, it's all for one and one for all. So that team is going to share leads with you. And if you get leads, you share them with the team.
So
usually if you're on a team, you're a buyer's agent. And if you're a buyer's agent on a team and you say you get a listing lead, that lead would go to the team and you get a referral fee and you wouldn't get to work the listing.
Okay.
But you also get a lot of leads, hopefully, if you're on the right team, and it's okay to share back some of that stuff. But you got to figure it out. Teams are not for everybody. And a lot of new agents like the idea of teams because they like the idea of leads, but the leads necessarily may or may not come. It just depends on the team. So talk to the team leader, talk to a lot of people, do your due diligence on that team if you're considering joining a team. Because it's not all what people think it is. And you split, your commission split is 50-50. And you have to pay the Keller Williams split on top of that. So do the math. You got to do a lot of deals in order to make that worth your while. Right? And it's possible people do it all the time and they make a lot of money, but you got to be with the right team and the right environment. All right, any more? You get all the questions answered? All right, so do you all have the link? I think Devin posted it. If not, I think if she's still listening, I think she is. She'll post it again. The survey, I need you to do 2 surveys, one for session 11 which we did this morning, and one for session 12. There it is, like magic. Ask Devin and ye shall receive. I love this girl. So go ahead and click on that and fill out the form. Give us 2 surveys, one on session 11 this morning, and then one on session 12 this last session. Be honest. We don't grow without honesty. So I don't have thin skin. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Please be honest. And then when you're all done with that, we're going to talk about doing the test. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to do that. Okay, how we doing? Everybody got both of them done? No? Okay. Give you a couple more minutes. Raise your hand on your screen when you're done. Got a few more. Another couple minutes.
So is it the same survey, just we're just putting 11 and 12? Is that what that is?
It's one survey for 11, and then you're going to fill out a whole nother survey for 12. They require a survey after each class.
Okay.
Yeah, so you just go out of it and then go back into it again and fill out another one.
Gotcha.
He really likes you. He's waiting by the door.
Oh, this was the first survey that I actually got like this. Was I supposed to be getting it for every class? And what happens if I didn't?
Great question. Email Stacy Stubbs back. She sent out the link for the test earlier. She's the one that's been kind of coordinating this whole thing. It's my understanding that there's supposed to be a survey from each person after every class attended. So she may want you to go in and redo some of them or add to some of them. I don't know. I'm not collecting them, so I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. So reach out to Stacy and see what she has you do.
Okay, thank you.
And Stacy's email, if you don't have it, is well, Thought I had it right here at the top. I got it right here. Stacy at Stacy Stubbs, STUBBS.com. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Tatiana. Appreciate that.
Our internet
We don't put our name on it though.
right now, just as an FYI, so you might want to pull it up and pull this back up. Because mine just turned off.
Nice. Okay. All right. So we should be done with that. All right. So now we're going to go into the test. Start the sweaty palms.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, So the test is very simple. It's about 50 questions. It is multiple choice. So you can go in and take the test, multiple choice. Remember, if you fail, you can take it again. Answer the most right answer and don't panic. If you've paid any attention at all, you should pass the test. You only need a 70% to pass, and because there's 50 questions, that means you can miss a lot of them and still pass the test. You'll be fine. You can miss 15 questions and still pass the test, so you're good. Don't worry about it. So you have got a little less than 30 minutes. We've got 29 minutes, so take your time. Don't feel like you have to rush through. Takes the average person about 20-25 minutes to take the test. And then we'll wrap up with some ahas as we're waiting for, they're gonna send us the code. Yes, they're gonna send, Devin's gonna put that in right now.
Yes.
You all have the link. She's also going to put the link to the test in, so you should have the link for that. If you didn't get an email from Stacy this morning, we'll go ahead and post the link in the chat so that you can access it there as well. Any questions about anything before we get started?
Yeah, I think we were told the other day that 75 or better on the test. How many?
75 or better. I thought it was 70, but don't worry about it. I don't know anybody that, I mean, rarely do we have anybody fail the test. And if you do, you take it again. It's not a big, and you'll know exactly what you failed on. So don't stress about it. Nobody's not getting CE credit for this class. If you took the class and you passed the test, you get the CE credit, and we'll make sure you pass the test, okay? Don't stress.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yes.
So once we're done taking the
Stay
test, what do
on.
we do?
Stay on because we have
Oh,
to
stay on. Okay.
finish
Okay.
out the 3 hours. If we were in person,
Okay.
I'd let you go home early, wink, wink, wink. But because we're not in person and they're tracking everything that we do online and we have to have pictures and timestamps and all that, unfortunately, I have to keep you online. So we'll finish the test and then we'll just chit chat about whatever we need to chit chat about. And then we're almost done. It's 3:03, so. We
I
should
just
be
have
getting
to
right to
find
the end.
it. The internet's down and I can't get it on my laptop.
Can you find it in your phone?
I have it, I just have to get back on the Zoom from my phone too.
Okay. You
So,
do have it though.
yeah.
All right. Did you put the code in the chat box? Devin just
I
got
haven't
kicked
been able
off
to
the
yet.
internet.
I'm surprised
So
that's still working.
she's having a day.
I'm always having. Sorry, guys.
Almost there. If you have the, did you post the password?
No, I haven't posted anything. I got it all right.
Okay, give us a couple secs. We'll get
Sorry,
it done in just a
guys.
second.
And get back on the Zoom. What is this? 678-258-6200?
678. You're talking about our phone number?
No. The meeting number.
Oh, I don't know. You sent me the link. earlier.
298. Okay.
Yeah, 298-1600.
Sorry, guys. My little forehead. Okay. Here's the cheeks. That.
Got it?
Yeah, I'm just sending. Okay.
All right, there you go. There's your access code right there. 2 lowercase r, 7 lowercase w, 1. It's in the chat. And then she's going to send the link. So if you don't have the
The
link,
links, I'll send it again.
she's going to send it again.
There we go.
There you go. So click on that. Says invalid.
It's invalid.
Oh, joy of all joys.
Well, it worked on mine. I tried it earlier.
Try it again. I just got in.
Did?
Mine says invalid. Is it 2R7W1?
I'm not working. Some people are getting in, some people are not.
Hold on.
So keep trying.
Not working. Yep, not working.
Is there a certain browser that we need to use?
I always use
Put
Chrome.
capital letters instead of lowercase. It worked for me.
Oh, use all caps.
Yes, capital letters.
Sorry.
Here you go.
Yeah, use all caps. It should work.
I'm not as smart as I look, guys. Not all the
Yes, caps work.
Okay, great.
Location, are we just putting Zoom?
Location is,
This is for the final?
I think it's, I think
Yeah,
it's
I can do virtual ignite.
RG, Rawls Group, December 20 is what I would put for the location. And you can put Zoom in there if you want to, but RG, Rawls Group.
So today's day.
So day December 20th?
No, December meaning December and 20 meaning 2020.
What? Yeah.
I don't know if there's a feedback. I hung up my phone.
I don't know either. Okay. All right.
Location of class, Zoom.
Bad feedback.
Is anybody on to log in with 2 devices?
I think so. That's
You
what I
can do
just.
If any of you guys are talking, we just muted everybody because of the feedback. So just unmute yourself if you have a question.
Could you hear that? We had really bad feedback on this side. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but we just muted everybody. So if you have a question, unmute yourself and ask your question. We're happy to help. Looks like I'm taking it.
Can everybody make sure their cameras are on while you're taking the test, please? That way you get your credit. I don't want you to lose your credit from this. Gracias.
What happens if I'm on my phone taking my test?
Who is this? I can still see you.
Elise.
I can see you right now. Oh, never mind. No, I can't. Okay. Susan said you're good. I can see you, Sean. You look very studious. Uh-oh.
Elise, you're not on mute, sweetie.
I'm so sorry. Y'all hear me yelling and everything.
All right, if you're done, will you raise your hand on, not physically, but on your screen so that we can see who's done and still working on it?
And I'll tell them to do it.
You guys go to the reactions button at the bottom of your screen and give me a thumbs up if you're done. Or if you know how to raise your hand. I see a few of you have raised your hands, but a lot of people haven't done either, so
I think these
let us
go
know.
right though.
I got in again, I'm sorry.
Your the reaction buttons are disappearing off of your screens. If you click on the participants button on the bottom, then you'll see across, it'll give you some options, and then click the raise your hand button right there. It should be blue. Please, thank you.
There we go.
Hey. No. Okay. Why are you looking at me like that? Actually, you know what? Thank you, but no thank you. He's gonna go to chat. No, I'm not.
The raise your hand button, click on the participants tab at the bottom, and then you'll see the option to raise hand. It's a blue hand. Just click that. Okay, let's answer them as quickly as we can. Audra, Bevins, Bonnie, Elise. Still waiting for a few of you. Raise your hand on the screen if you're, click the blue hand. So we know you're done. It's almost 3:30. I want to get you guys out of here on time. These guys are just these two are a team, and they've got 3 people on their team in the class, so they're just watching today. I'll listen.
Who is that? Is that what's her name? Venice? It's Venice?
I started. All right, guys. It is 3:28. If you were still working on your test, keep working on it. You should almost be done by now. If you haven't done it, most of you have completed it. So thank you for that. Before we let you go today, will you show your faces again? Even if you're taking your test, please show your face so we can snap a couple pictures before we exit. But before we do, I want to hear about what your ahas have been, what you've learned, what are you going to take with you? We've only got a couple minutes left, and I want to hear all of that before we go. Who wants to go?
All of the sessions were very invaluable, and I just enjoyed learning from all of the different agents and just seeing how, things can be done differently, but we're all really trying to get to the same end goal. So it was just very invaluable to me, all of the sessions.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Who else?
My big aha is that success in real estate is possible if I just do the work.
Absolutely it is, Anthony. Don't ever forget that, even when you're really discouraged. Don't forget it. Just keep doing the work. It will come. Yep. Time blocking is key. Yep. Especially if you're a dual career agent. Absolutely, RJ. What else?
I think one of my biggest ahas was realizing that I have a lot of friends that currently rent homes because they think they can't afford to buy, and they're kind of intimidated by the process. And just going through this experience has given me the confidence to feel like I could really help them. I could help them kind of create financial stability and really help them realize, if they do have dreams of becoming a homeowner, to really make that happen.
Right.
Thank you.
They'll save money on their taxes. They can get back at the end of the year, which helps offset the cost of home ownership. I mean, there's a lot of benefits to it. Absolutely. The first step of building wealth is to buy property. Absolutely. Good. All right, 2 more. Let's do 2 more before we go home. Did you learn everything that you wanted to learn on day 1? Did we cover everything? I think we did. I think we got all your questions answered.
I think having the scripts available for us was helpful.
Yes. Scripts are the key to your success. You have to know how to answer the questions and handle the objections. And it's not to make people do stuff they don't want to do. It's to help them make a decision so you know which box to put them in. Are they a go or are they a no-go? So good.
Your posture is so important in this business. So the scripts help you build your posture, because you're only going to be as successful as how you present yourself and not being afraid to go after the business.
You're 100% right, Janet. 100%. All right. Well, it has been a complete pleasure getting to know each one of you. I'm only sorry that I didn't get to spend more time with you. 3 sessions just wasn't enough. Y'all are a great group. Thank you for your participation. I really, really appreciate it. Sean is sharing a Facebook group. I think that's a Facebook page for this particular group, a way for you guys to stay in touch with, which I think is awesome. You're asking about test results. I have no idea. What do I look
Okay, that's why I'm here. Hi,
Susie. There's Stacy. So Stacy, when will they get their test results?
Right, and I think I put that in. Well, you'll get that at 3:35 when you get the access link. I think because it's Saturday, I don't think they'll turn it around quite as quickly. So by Monday, I'll have them. I'll post them on our daily attendance. So whoever is your person, like Jill Maratzos from Cityside, Katie Staples from Peachtree Road, Lori Diaz from Buckhead, and me from Atlanta Perimeter, we will text you your results. So has everybody gotten the test link?
They've gotten the test link and most of them have taken it already. We finished a little early, so they took it during class. So we are good to go.
How did they have the, what time is it?
3:30.
Tracy, since we have you here, I was asking Susan about the surveys after each class. I only got for this class the surveys.
I know, Elise, that part of it kind of went wonky. I would say at this point, we're not worrying about it. But thank you. Yeah, Sean Battles just asked me about that.
That answered that.
Okay, so have y'all gotten 2 emails from me, one with the test link and then one with the access code?
They got the one with the test link. We thought it was missing the access code. We happen to have the access code, so we gave it to them. So they've already taken their test. We're a step
Oh,
ahead.
I didn't think you'd finish until, no, the protocol is you send them the test link, and then when you're ready to take the test, you give them the access code. But if you were ready, then there we go.
Ready, and they took it. So we're all good. We're all done.
Okay,
There's
so
a
is
couple-
anybody hasn't taken it yet?
I think Audra's might, and a couple others might still be taken that are still online. They haven't finished, but.
I've taken it, not sure why. My hand isn't raising, but I'm good.
Okay.
Good, Audra. And then Bevins, I forget how you say your name. Are you done?
You're muted.
That's just me by accident, but he's done.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. So he's another one who's done.
Cool.
Who else is not that we don't have? Raise hand. Bonnie, are you done?
Yep, Bonnie, she's waving.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Everybody else on this list is done. So I think.
All right, so Suze, do you have somebody that's going to take a final picture?
We've already done it.
No, we haven't.
Oh, we haven't done it.
No,
Okay.
because we lost connection, so I have to take it from myself.
Oh, we've lost connection. We're having technical difficulty today, so Devin's going to take it with her phone. So just hang on.
Hang tight, kids.
We got you. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Right.
Okay, I want to know if Clax Underwood took the test.
Don't miss too many sessions.
Oh no. Okay, ready?
Say cheese.
Say cheese.
Cheese.
Okay, one more.
There you
Thank
go. Page 2. Say cheese.
Oh, these chats keep
popping up. Yep.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. It's been a real pleasure. Like I was saying, super happy to have had you here. Thrilled to have been able to spend time with you and get to know you. If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to any of the leadership in your office. Remember, we're always here to help, and we can help a lot more when you tell us the earlier, the better. Don't write contracts on your own, not for the first few, okay? Appreciate you all. Thanks for being with KW, and thanks for making the choice to stick out this class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats, everybody. Y'all hung in there. Bye.
Bye,
Much
guys.
success to everybody.
Go ahead, say bye. Say bye. He wanted to say bye.